awake, awake. To cease sleeping, to wake up. Oh, oh. To be under an obligation to pay or repay someone or something in return for something received. Remind, remind. To make someone remember something. Engage, engage. To participate or become involved in an activity. Whisper, whisper. To speak very softly, using one's breath rather than one's throat, especially for reasons of secrecy. Celebrate, celebrate. To publicly acknowledge a significant or happy day or event with a social gathering or enjoyable activity. Chat, chat. To talk in a friendly and informal way. Fate, fate. The development of events beyond a person's control, regarded as determined by a supernatural power. Advise, advise. To offer suggestions about the best course of action to someone. Lifetime, lifetime. The duration of a person's life. Elder, elder. An older person, especially one with a respected position in society. Behave, behave. To act or conduct oneself in a specified or controlled way. Obedient, obedient. Complying or willing to comply with an order or request, submissive to another's will. Treat, treat. To behave towards or deal with someone or something in a certain way. Interact, interact. To act in such a way as to have an effect on another, to act reciprocally. Contact, contact. The state or condition of touching. The mutual relation of two bodies whose external surfaces touch each other. Relationship, relationship. The way in which two or more people or things are connected, or the state of being connected. Funeral, funeral. A ceremony or service held shortly after a person's death, usually including the burial or cremation of the deceased. Accompany, accompany. To go somewhere with someone as a companion or escort. Split, split. To cause to divide into two or more parts, especially along a particular line. Sibling, sibling. Each of two or more children of the same parents. Resemble, resemble. To have a similar appearance to or qualities in common with another person or thing. Look or be like. Background, background. The circumstances or factors that have led to a current situation. Glimpse, glimpse. To see something or someone for a very short time or only partly. Daycare, daycare. Care for children during the day while their parents are at work. Pregnant, pregnant. Of a woman or female animal, having a baby or babies developing in the uterus. Mature, mature. Fully developed in body or mind as a person. Fade, fade. To cause to lose color, brightness, or strength gradually. Fold, fold. To bend. Something flexible and relatively flat. Over on itself so that one part of it covers another. Casual. Casual. Relaxed and unconcerned. Informal. Fashion. Fashion. A popular or the latest style of clothing, hair, decoration, or behavior. Premium. Premium. Of superior quality or value. High-priced. Formal. Formal. Done in accordance with convention or etiquette. Suitable for or constituting an official or important occasion. Fancy. Fancy. Elaborate in structure or decoration. Outfit. Outfit. A set of clothes worn for a particular occasion or activity. So. To join, fasten, or repair something by making stitches with a needle and thread or a sewing machine. Alter. Alter. To change something, usually slightly, or to cause the characteristics of something to change. Trousers. Trousers. An outer garment covering the body from the waist to the ankles, with a separate part for each leg. Buckle. Buckle. A piece of metal at one end of a belt or strap, used to fasten the two ends together. Suit. Suit. A set of outer clothes made of the same fabric and designed to be worn together. Typically consisting of a jacket and trousers or a skirt. Vest. Vest. A sleeveless, collarless garment worn over a shirt, often under a jacket. Fabric. Fabric. Cloth produced by weaving or knitting textile fibers. Cotton. Cotton. A soft white fibrous substance that surrounds the seeds of a tropical and subtropical plant and is used as textile fiber and for stuffing. Patch, patch. A piece of material used to mend or strengthen a torn or weak point. Fur, fur. The short, fine, soft hair of certain animals. Laundry, laundry. Clothes and other textiles that need to be washed or have just been washed. Detergent, detergent. A synthetic water-soluble cleaning agent that combines with impurities and helps remove them. Edge, edge. The outside limit of an object, area, or surface. A place or part farthest away from the center of something. Sink, sink. A fixed basin with a water supply and a drain, typically in a kitchen or bathroom. Tap, tap. A device for controlling the flow of liquid or gas from a pipe or container. Arrive, arrive. To reach a destination. Borrow, borrow. To take and use something belonging to someone else with the intention of returning it. Create, create. To bring something into existence. Decide, decide. To make a choice or judgment about something. Discover, discover. To find something or someone unexpectedly. Encourage, encourage. To give support, confidence, or hope to someone. Explore, explore. To travel in or through an unfamiliar country or area to learn about it. Imagine, imagine. To form a mental image of something not present or not yet existing. Improve, improve. To make or become better. Prepare, prepare. To make something ready for use or consideration. Protect, protect. To keep safe from harm or injury. Realize, realize. To become fully aware of something as a fact, to understand clearly. Search, search. To try to find something by looking carefully and thoroughly. Succeed, succeed. To achieve the desired aim or result. Support, support. To give assistance to or to hold up, especially financially. Threaten, threaten. To state one's intention to take hostile action against someone. Travel, travel. To go from one place to another, typically over a distance of some length. Unite, unite. To join together for a common purpose or by common feelings. Volunteer, volunteer. To offer one's services for a task or purpose without being paid. Wonder, wonder. To desire to know something, to ask oneself questions about something. Courage, courage. Mental or moral strength to venture, persevere, and withstand danger, fear, or difficulty. Difficulty, difficulty. The state or condition of being difficult. Effort, effort. Physical or mental activity needed to achieve something. Freedom, freedom. The power or right to speak, act, and change as one wants without hindrance or restraint. Glory, glory. Great admiration, honor, and praise that you earn by achieving something. Habit, habit. A routine of behavior that is repeated regularly and tends to occur subconsciously. Justice, justice. The quality of being just or fair, righteousness, equitableness, or moral rightness. Knowledge, knowledge. Facts, information, and skills acquired through experience or education. Mystery, mystery. Something that is difficult or impossible to understand or explain. Opportunity, opportunity. A set of circumstances that makes it possible to do something. Accomplish, accomplish. To achieve or complete successfully. Acknowledge, acknowledge. To accept or admit the existence or truth of. Acquire, acquire. To get or obtain something. Adjust, adjust. To alter or move something slightly in order to achieve a desired fit, appearance, or result. Administer, administer. To manage and supervise the execution of laws, duties, or responsibilities. Adopt, adopt. To take on or assume an idea, custom, or method as one's own. Afford, afford. To have enough money to pay for something. Analyze. Analyze. To examine something methodically and in detail, typically in order to explain and interpret it. Approach. Approach. To come nearer to something or someone in distance or time. Assess. Assess. To evaluate or estimate the nature, ability, or quality of. Assume. Assume. To take for granted that something is true without proof. Available. Available. Able to be used or obtained, at someone's disposal. Avoid. Avoid. To keep away from or stop oneself from doing something. Aware. Aware. Having knowledge or perception of a situation or fact. Capacity. Capacity. The maximum amount that something can contain. Capture. Capture. To take into one's possession or control by force. Challenge. Challenge. A call to someone to participate in a competitive situation or fight to decide who is superior in terms of ability or strength. Commit. Commit. To pledge or bind, a person or an organization, to a certain course or policy. Compare. Compare. To examine the similarities or differences between two or more things. Complain. Complain. To express dissatisfaction or annoyance about something. Component. Component. A part or element of a larger whole. Concentrate. Concentrate. To focus all one's attention on a particular object or activity. Concern, concern. A matter of interest or importance to someone. Conduct, conduct. To organize and carry out. Confirm, confirm. To establish the truth or correctness of something previously believed, suspected, or stated. Consequence, consequence. A result or effect of an action or condition. Consistent, consistent. Acting or done in the same way over time, especially so as to be fair or accurate. Constantly, constantly. Continually or persistently. Consume, consume. To eat, drink, or ingest, food or drink. Contrast, contrast. The state of being strikingly different from something else. Typically something in close association. Contribute, contribute. To give something, especially money or time, to help achieve or provide something. Convention, convention. A way in which something is usually done, especially within a particular area or activity. Cooperate, cooperate. To act jointly with others, to work together. Critical, critical. Expressing adverse or disapproving comments or judgments. Declare, declare. To state something officially or formally. Decline, decline. To politely refuse an offer or invitation. Demonstrate, demonstrate. To clearly show the existence or truth of something by giving proof or evidence. Deny, deny. To state that one refuses to admit the truth or existence of. Depend, depend. To be controlled or determined by something else. Deserve, deserve. To do something or have or show qualities worthy of reward or punishment. Destination, destination. The place to which someone or something is going or being sent. Detect, detect. To discover or identify the presence or existence of. Devote, devote. To give all or a large part of one's time or resources to a person, activity, or cause. Distribute, distribute. To give shares of something, to deal out. Efficient, efficient. Achieving maximum productivity with minimum wasted effort or expense. Emphasize, emphasize. To give special importance or prominence to something in speaking or writing. Enable, enable. To make it possible for something to happen or for someone to do something. Establish, establish. To set up an organization, system, or set of rules on a firm or permanent basis. Evaluate, evaluate. To form an idea of the amount, number, or value of. To assess. Evidence, evidence. The available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true or valid. Exhibit, exhibit. To publicly display a work of art or item of interest in an art gallery or museum or at a trade fair. Experience. Experience. Practical contact with and observation of facts or events. Explain. Explain. To make an idea or situation clear to someone by describing it in more detail or revealing relevant facts or ideas. Express. Express. To convey a thought or feeling in words or by gestures and conduct. Extend. Extend. To stretch out or lengthen. Feature. Feature. A distinctive attribute or aspect of something. Generate. Generate. To produce or create. Identify. Identify. To recognize or establish as being a particular person or thing. Indicate. Indicate. To point out, to show. Interpret. Interpret. To explain the meaning of information, words, or actions. Patience. Patience. The capacity to accept or tolerate delay, problems, or suffering without becoming annoyed or anxious. Peace. Peace. A state of tranquility or quiet, freedom from civil disturbance or war. Pride. Pride. A feeling of satisfaction which you have because you or people close to you have done something good or possess something good. Purpose. Purpose. The reason for which something is done or created or for which something exists. Respect. Respect. A feeling of deep admiration for someone or something elicited by their abilities. qualities, or achievements. Secret, secret. Not known or seen, or not meant to be known or seen by others. Talent, talent. Natural aptitude or skill. Victory, victory. An occasion when you win a game, competition, election, or war. Wisdom, wisdom. The quality of having experience, knowledge, and good judgment, the quality of being wise. Youth, youth. The period of life between childhood and adult age. Ancient, ancient. Belonging to the very distant past and no longer in existence. Brief, brief. Of short duration. Curious, curious. Tending to ask questions, or to want to explore or investigate, inquisitive. Delicate, delicate. Easily broken or damaged. Eager, eager. Of a person, wanting to do or have something very much. Generous, generous. Showing a readiness to give more of something, especially money, than is expected or needed. Honest, honest. Free of deceit and untruthfulness, sincere. Innocent, innocent. Not guilty of a crime or offense. Lively, lively. Full of life and energy, active and outgoing. Unique, unique. being the only one of its kind, unlike anything else. Abandon, abandon. To give up completely or to leave behind. Ability, ability. The power or capacity to do or act. Absent, absent. Not present in a place, at an event, or in a group. Absorb, absorb. To take in or soak up a liquid, gas, or other substance. Abstract, abstract. Existing in thought or as an idea but not having a physical or concrete existence. Abundant, abundant. Existing or available in large quantities, plentiful. Access, access. The means or opportunity to approach or enter a place. Accurate, accurate. Correct in all details, exact. Achieve, achieve. To successfully bring about or reach an objective, aim, or result. Active, active. Engaging or ready to engage in physically energetic pursuits. Actual, actual. Existing in fact, real. Addict, addict. A person who is addicted to a particular substance or activity. Address, address. The particulars of the place where someone lives or to speak to someone. Adequate, adequate. Satisfactory or acceptable in quality or quantity. Advance, advance. A forward movement or progress in a development. Advantage, advantage. A condition or circumstance that puts one in a favorable or superior position. Adventure, adventure. An unusual and exciting or daring experience. Effect, effect. To have an effect on, make a difference to. Agency, agency. A business or organization providing a particular service on behalf of another. Agree, agree. To have the same opinion about something, concur. Aim, aim. A purpose or intention, a desired outcome. Alert, alert. Wide awake and watchful, on guard. Alike, alike. Similar to each other. Allow, allow. To let someone do something, give permission. Almost, almost. Very nearly. Alone, alone. Having no one else present. Alternative, alternative. One or more things available as another possibility. Amaze, amaze. To surprise someone greatly. Ambition, ambition. A strong desire to do or achieve something. Anger, anger. A strong feeling of annoyance, displeasure, or hostility. Announce, announce. To make a public or formal declaration about something. Annoy, annoy. To make someone a little angry, irritate. Anxious, anxious. Experiencing worry, discomfort, and nervousness. Apologize, apologize. To express regret for something one has done wrong. Apparent, apparent. Clearly visible or understood, obvious. Appeal, appeal. To make a serious or urgent request. Appear, appear. To become visible or noticeable. Apply, apply. To put something into operation or effect, or to make a formal request. Appoint, appoint. To assign a job or role to someone. Appreciate, appreciate. To recognize the full worth of something. Appropriate, appropriate. Suitable or proper in the circumstances. Approve, approve. To officially agree to or accept as satisfactory. Approximately, approximately. Close to a particular number or time, but not exactly. Area, area. A region or part of a town, a country, or the world. Argue, argue. To give reasons or cite evidence in support of an idea or to dispute. Arrangement, arrangement. A plan or preparation for a future event. Artificial, artificial. Made or produced by human beings rather than occurring naturally. Aspect. Aspect. A particular part or feature of something. Assist. Assist. To help someone by doing a share of the work. Associate. Associate. To connect someone or something with something else in one's mind. Assure. Assure. To tell someone something positively to dispel any doubts. Atmosphere. Atmosphere. The envelope of gases surrounding the Earth, or the prevailing tone or mood of a place. Attach. Attach. To join or fasten something to something else. Attack. Attack. To take aggressive action against a place or enemy. Attempt. Attempt. To make an effort to achieve or complete something difficult. Attend. Attend. To be present at an event, meeting, or institution. Attitude. Attitude. A settled way of thinking or feeling about something. Attract. Attract. To draw by appeal to the emotions or senses. Authority. Authority. The power or right to give orders, make decisions, and enforce obedience. Automatic. Automatic. Working by itself with little or no direct human control. Average. Average. Constituting the result obtained by adding quantities and dividing by their number. Award. Award. A prize or other mark of recognition given in honor of an achievement. Balance, balance. An even distribution of weight enabling stability. Barely, barely. Only just, almost not. Bargain, bargain. A thing bought or offered for sale much more cheaply than is usual. Barrier, barrier. A fence or other obstacle that prevents movement or access. Base, base. The lowest part or edge of something, especially the part on which it rests. Basic, basic. Forming an essential foundation or starting point, fundamental. Basis, basis. The underlying support or foundation for an idea, argument, or process. Battle, battle. A prolonged fight or controversy. Bear, bear. To carry the weight of, support or endure. Behalf, behalf. As a representative of, in the interest of. Belief, belief. An acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists. Belong, belong. To be the property of someone, or to be a member of a group. Benefit, benefit. An advantage or profit gained from something. Besides, besides. In addition to, apart from. Beyond, beyond. At or to the further side of. bid, bid. To offer a certain price for something, especially at an auction. Blame, blame. To assign responsibility for a fault or wrong. Block, block. An obstacle that prevents movement or passage, or to obstruct. Adapt, adapt. To make something suitable for a new use or purpose, to adjust to new conditions. Adhere, adhere. To stick fast to a surface or substance, to believe in and follow the practices of. Allocate, allocate. To distribute resources or duties for a particular purpose. Amend, amend. To make minor changes to a text, piece of legislation, etc., in order to make it fairer or more accurate, or to reflect changing circumstances. Anticipate, anticipate. To regard as probable, expect or predict. Arise, arise. To emerge, become apparent. Assert, assert. To state a fact or belief confidently and forcefully. Assign, assign. To allocate, a job or duty. Attain, attain. To succeed in achieving something that one desires and has worked for. Authorize, authorize. To give official permission for or to give authority to. Bias, bias. Prejudice in favor of or against one thing, person, or group compared with another, usually in a way considered to be unfair. Cease, cease. To bring or come to an end. Clarify, clarify. To make a statement or situation less confused and more comprehensible. Coincide, coincide. To occur at the same time, to be in agreement or harmony. Compensate, compensate. To give someone something, typically money, in recognition of loss, suffering, or injury incurred. Recompense. Comply, comply. To act in accordance with a wish or command. Conceal, conceal. To keep from sight, hide. Conclude, conclude. To bring something to an end, to arrive at a judgment or opinion by reasoning. Confine, confine. To keep or restrict someone or something within certain limits of space, scope, or time. Confront, confront. To meet someone face to face with hostile or argumentative intent. To face up to and deal with a problem or difficulty. Conserve, conserve. To protect something, especially an environmentally or culturally important place or thing, from harm or destruction. Constitute, constitute. To be a part of a whole. To give legal or constitutional form to an institution established by law. Consult, consult. To seek information or advice from someone with expertise in a particular area. Contend, contend. To struggle to surmount a difficulty or danger, to assert something as a position in an argument. Convert, convert. To change the form, character, or function of something. Correspond, correspond. To have a close similarity, match or agree almost exactly, to communicate by exchanging letters. Deem, deem. To regard or consider in a specified way. Depict, depict. To represent someone or something in a picture or story. Derive, derive. To obtain something from a specified source, to base a concept on another concept. Designate, designate. To officially give someone or something a particular name or title. To officially choose someone or something for a particular purpose. Detain, detain. To keep someone in official custody, typically for questioning about a crime or in a politically sensitive situation. Deviate, deviate. To depart from an established course or accepted standard. Diminish, diminish. To make or become less, to reduce or be reduced in size or importance. Disclose, disclose. To make secret or new information known. Dispose, dispose. To get rid of by throwing away or giving or selling to someone else. Distort, distort. To pull or twist out of shape, to give a misleading or false account or impression of. Divert, divert. To change the direction or course of something. To turn someone or something aside from a course or direction. Embrace, embrace. To hold someone closely in one's arms, especially as a sign of affection. To accept or support a belief, theory, or change, willingly and enthusiastically. Emerge, emerge. To move out of or away from something and come into view. encompass, encompass. To surround and have or hold within, to include, a wide range of ideas or elements. Endorse, endorse. To declare one's public approval or support of someone or something. To sign a check or bill of exchange on the back to make it payable to another or to acknowledge that one has received payment. Erroneous, erroneous. Wrong, incorrect. Evoke, evoke. To bring or recall, a feeling, memory, or image, to the conscious mind. Exceed, exceed. To be greater in number or size than something else. Execute, execute. To carry out or put into effect, a plan, order, or course of action. Exert, exert. To apply or bring to bear, a force, influence, or quality. Expose, expose. To make something visible, typically by uncovering it. To subject someone or something to an action or influence. Facilitate, facilitate. To make an action or process easier, easier. Fluctuate, fluctuate. To rise and fall irregularly in number or amount. Foresee, foresee. To know or realize beforehand, predict. Formulate, formulate. To create or devise methodically, a strategy or a proposal. Foster, foster. To encourage or promote the development of something good, typically something that is desirable. Halt, halt. To bring or come to an abrupt stop. hinder, hinder. To create difficulties for someone or something, resulting in delay or obstruction. Illustrate, illustrate. To provide a book, newspaper, etc., with pictures. To explain or make clear by using examples, charts, etc. Imply, imply. To strongly suggest the truth or existence of something not expressly stated. Impose, impose. To force an unwelcome decision or ruling on someone. To place a burden, tax, or duty on someone or something. Incentive, incentive. A thing that motivates or encourages one to do something. Incorporate, incorporate. To take in or include something as part of a whole, to form into a legal corporation. Infer, infer. To deduce or conclude information from evidence and reasoning rather than from explicit statements. Initiate, initiate. To cause something to begin, to admit someone into a secret or obscure society or group, typically with a ritual. Innovate, innovate. To make changes in something established, especially by introducing new methods, ideas, or products. Insight, insight. The capacity to gain an accurate and deep understanding of someone or something. Instigate, instigate. To bring about or initiate an action or event, to incite someone to do something, especially something bad. Integrate, integrate. To combine one thing with another so that they become a whole. To bring people or groups with particular characteristics or needs into equal participation in or membership of a social group or institution. Intervene, intervene. To take part in something so as to prevent or alter a result or course of events. Intimidate, intimidate. To frighten or overawe someone, especially in order to make them do what one wants. Justify, justify. To show or prove to be right or reasonable. Legitimate, legitimate. Conforming to laws or rules, able to be defended with logic or justification. Manipulate, manipulate. To handle or control, a tool, mechanism, etc., typically in a skillful manner. To control or influence a person or situation, cleverly, unfairly, or unscrupulously. Merit, merit. The quality of being particularly good or worthy, especially so as to deserve praise or reward. Modify, modify. To make partial or minor changes to something, typically so as to improve it or to make it less extreme. Monitor, monitor. To observe and check the progress or quality of something over a period of time. Keep under systematic review. Notion, notion. A conception of or belief about something. Oblige, oblige. To make someone legally or morally bound to an action or course of action. Omit, omit. To leave out or exclude someone or something, either intentionally or forgetfully. Oversee, oversee. To supervise a person or their work, especially in an official capacity. Perceive, perceive. To become aware or conscious of something, to come to realize or understand. Persist, persist. To continue firmly or obstinately in an opinion or a course of action in spite of difficulty or opposition, pertain, pertain. To relate to, be appropriate to something. Consider, consider. To think carefully about something, typically before making a decision. Define, define. To state or describe exactly the nature, scope, or meaning of. Design, design. To make a drawing or plan of something that will be made. Detail, detail. A small, individual part or item. Develop, develop. To grow or cause to grow and become more advanced or elaborate. Direct, direct. To control the operations of, to supervise. Discuss, discuss. To talk about something with another person or group to exchange ideas or reach a decision. Distinct, distinct. Clearly separate and different. Document, document. A piece of written, printed, or electronic matter that provides information or evidence. Dominate, dominate. To have power and influence over. Draft, draft. A preliminary version of a book, paper, or speech. Dramatic, dramatic. Of an event or circumstance, sudden and striking. Duration, duration. The length of time that something continues or lasts. Economy, economy. The state of a country or region in terms of the production and consumption of goods and services. Element, element. A part or aspect of something abstract, especially one that is essential or characteristic. Emphasis, emphasis. Special importance, value, or prominence given to something. Ensure, ensure. To make certain that something will occur or be the case. Entire, entire. With no part left out, whole. Environment, environment. The surroundings or conditions in which a person, animal, or plant lives or operates. Essential, essential. Absolutely necessary or important. Estimate, estimate. To roughly calculate or judge the value, number, quantity, or extent of. Eventually, eventually. In the end, especially after a long delay, disputes, or problems. Exact, exact. Not approximated in any way, precise. Exclude, exclude. To deny someone access to a place, group, or privilege. Expand, expand. To become or make larger or more extensive. Expert, expert. A person who has a comprehensive and authoritative knowledge of or skill in a particular area. External, external. Belonging to or forming the outer surface or structure of something. Factor, factor. A circumstance, fact, or influence that contributes to a result or outcome. Final, final. coming at the end of a series, process, or period. Finance, finance. The management of large amounts of money, especially by governments or large companies. Focus, focus. The center of interest or activity. Foreign, foreign. Of, from, in, or characteristic of a country or language other than one's own. Frame, frame. A rigid structure that surrounds or encloses something such as a picture, door, or window. Function, function. An activity or purpose natural to or intended for a person or thing. Further, further. To a greater extent or degree. Gain, gain. To obtain or secure, something desired, favorable, or profitable. Gradual, gradual. Taking place or progressing slowly or by degrees. Guarantee, guarantee. A formal promise or assurance, typically in writing, that certain conditions shall be fulfilled. Handle, handle. To manage or deal with, a situation or problem. Hypothesis, hypothesis. A supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation. Impact, impact. The striking of one object against another. The effect or influence of one person, thing, or action on another. Initial, initial. Existing or occurring at the beginning. Instance, instance. An example or single occurrence of something. institute, institute. A society or organization having a particular object or engaged in a particular activity. Internal, internal. Of or relating to the inside of something. Investigate, investigate. To carry out a systematic or formal inquiry to discover and examine the facts of an incident, allegation, etc., so as to establish the truth. Issue, issue. An important topic or problem for debate or discussion. Labor, labor. Work, especially hard physical work. Launch, launch. To start or set in motion, an activity or enterprise. Layer, layer. A sheet, quantity, or thickness of material, typically one of several, covering a surface or body. Legal, legal. Based on or concerned with the law. Locate, locate. To discover the exact place or position of. Logic, logic. Reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity. Major, major. Important, serious, or significant. Margin, margin. The empty space at the side of a page. Material, material. The matter from which a thing is or can be made. Maximum, maximum. As great as possible in amount, size, or intensity. Meanwhile, meanwhile. At the same time. Medium, medium. An intervening substance through which impressions are conveyed to the senses or force acts on objects. Mental, mental. Relating to the mind. Method, method. A particular procedure for accomplishing or approaching something. Minimum, minimum. The least or smallest amount or quantity possible, attainable, or required. Minor, minor. Of little importance, influence, or significance. Mode, mode. A way or manner in which something occurs or is experienced, expressed, or done. Moral, moral. Concerned with the principles of right and wrong behavior. Mutual, mutual. Of a feeling or action, experienced or done by each of two or more parties towards the other or others. Nevertheless, nevertheless. In spite of that, notwithstanding, all the same. Norm, norm. A standard or pattern, especially of social behavior, that is typical or expected of a group. Notably, notably. Especially, in particular. Numerous, numerous. Great in number, many. Objective, objective. A goal or aim, of a person or their judgment, not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering and representing facts. Obtain, obtain. To get something, especially by effort. Obvious, obvious. easily perceived or understood, clear, self-evident or apparent. Occasion, occasion. A particular event or the time at which it takes place. Overall, overall. Taken as a whole, general. Participate, participate. To take part in an activity or event. Particular, particular. Used to single out an individual member of a class or group. Passage, passage. A short extract from a book or other piece of writing. Pattern, pattern. A repeated decorative design. Percent, percent. One part in every 100. Admit, admit. To confess to be true or to acknowledge. Advocate, advocate. To publicly recommend or support. Articulate, articulate. To express an idea or feeling, fluently and coherently. Attribute, attribute. A quality or feature regarded as a characteristic or inherent part of someone or something. To regard as belonging to or caused by. Collect, collect. To gather together. Connect, connect. To bring together or into contact so that a real or notional link is established. Conform, conform. To comply with rules, standards, or laws. Context, context. The circumstances that form the setting for an event. statement, or idea, and in terms of which it can be fully understood. Coordinate, coordinate. To bring the different elements of a complex activity or organization into a harmonious or efficient relationship. Critique, critique. To evaluate a theory or work of art in a detailed and analytical way. Cultivate, cultivate. To prepare and use land for crops or gardening. To try to acquire or develop a quality, skill, or interest. Dedicate, dedicate. To devote time or effort to a particular task or purpose. Describe, describe. To give an account in words of someone or something, including all the relevant characteristics, qualities, or events. Deteriorate, deteriorate. To become progressively worse. Determine, determine. To cause something to occur in a particular way. To ascertain or establish exactly, typically as a result of research or calculation. Devise, devise. To plan or invent a complex procedure, system, or mechanism by careful thought. Discriminate, discriminate. To recognize a distinction, differentiate. To treat a person or group differently or less favorably than others. Duplicate, duplicate. To make an exact copy of. Eliminate, eliminate. To completely remove or get rid of something. Enhance, enhance. To intensify, increase, or further improve the quality, value, or extent of. Equate, equate. To consider one thing to be the same as or equivalent to another. Expect, expect. To regard something as likely to happen. Exploit, exploit. To make full use of and derive benefit from a resource. To use a person or situation in an unfair or selfish way. Intend, intend. To have a course of action as one's purpose or object. Invoke, invoke. To cite or appeal to someone or something as an authority for an action or in support of an argument. To call earnestly for. Maintain, maintain. To keep something in existence or at a given level or standard. Maximize, maximize. To make as large or great as possible. Minimize, minimize. To reduce something, especially something undesirable, to the smallest possible amount or degree. Motivate, motivate. To provide someone with a reason for doing something. Negotiate, negotiate. To try to reach an agreement or compromise by discussion with others. Observe, observe. To watch carefully the way something happens or the way someone does something. To notice. To obey. A law, rule, or custom. Perform, perform. To carry out, accomplish, or fulfill an action, task, or function. Postpone, postpone. To arrange for something to happen at a later time. Proceed, proceed. To come before something else, in time, order, or position. Predict, predict. To say or estimate that a specified thing will happen in the future or will be a consequence of something. Presume, presume. To take for granted that something exists or is true without proof. Prevail. Prevail. To be widespread in a particular area at a particular time. Be current. To prove more powerful or superior. Prioritize. Prioritize. To designate or treat something as being of greater importance than other things. Proceed. Proceed. To begin or continue a course of action. Propose. Propose. To put forward an idea or plan for consideration or discussion by others. Abolish. Abolish. Formally put an end to a system or practice. Abrupt. Abrupt. Sudden or unexpected. Absurd. Absurd. Wildly unreasonable or illogical. Abundant. Abundant. Existing or available in large quantities. Accelerate. Accelerate. Begin to move more quickly. Acclaim. Acclaim. Praise enthusiastically and publicly. Accompany. Accompany. Go somewhere with someone. Accumulate. Accumulate. Gather or build up over time. Acquaint. Acquaint. Make someone aware of or familiar with. Adapt. Adapt. Adjust to new conditions. Banish. Banish. Send away from a place as punishment. Barter. Barter. Exchange goods or services without using money. Behalf. Behalf. In the interest or support of someone. Beneficial. Beneficial. Producing good or helpful results. Betray. Betray. Be disloyal to someone. Bewilder. Bewilder. Cause someone to be confused. Boast. Boast. Talk with pride about achievements. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. A major advance or progress. Brisk. Brisk. Quick and active. Energetic. Burden. Burden. A heavy load or responsibility. Calculate. Calculate. Determine mathematically. Candid. Candid. Truthful and straightforward. Capable. Capable. Having ability or qualities to do something. Captive. Captive. Kept in confinement or enslaved. Cautious. Cautious. Careful to avoid problems or danger. Chronic. Chronic. Long-lasting or recurring. Clash. Clash. Come into conflict. Clumsy. Clumsy. Awkward in movement or handling. Coincide. Coincide. occur at the same time. Collaborate, collaborate. Work together on an activity or project. Decay, decay. Rot or decompose. Deceive, deceive. Deliberately cause someone to believe something untrue. Decisive, decisive. Settling an issue, showing determination. Dedicate, dedicate. Devote time or effort to a purpose. Deficient, deficient. Lacking in some quality or quantity. Defy, defy. Openly resist or refuse to obey. Delegate, delegate. Entrust responsibilities to another person. Deliberate, deliberate. Consider carefully. Depict, depict. Show or represent in words or art. Derive, derive. Obtain from a source, originate. Elaborate, elaborate. Detailed and complicated. Eligible, eligible. Meeting the requirements. Eloquent, eloquent. Fluent or persuasive in speech. Embrace, embrace. Accept willingly or hold closely. Endure, endure. Suffer patiently. enforce, enforce. Compel observance of rules or laws. Enrich, enrich. Improve the quality of something. Entitle, entitle. Give someone the right to something. Epidemic, epidemic. A widespread occurrence of disease. Equivalent, equivalent. Equal in value, function, or meaning. Fabricate, fabricate. Invent or concoct falsely. Facilitate, facilitate. Make an action easier. Fatigue, fatigue. Extreme tiredness. Feasible, feasible. Possible to do. Fertile, fertile. Capable of producing abundantly. Fluctuate, fluctuate. Rise and fall irregularly. Forbid, forbid. Order not to do something. Foresee, foresee. Be aware of beforehand. Foster, foster. Encourage development. Fulfill, fulfill. Achieve something desired. Generate, generate. Produce or create. Genuine, genuine. truly what something is said to be. Glitter, glitter. Shine brightly with flashes of light. Grasp, grasp. Seize firmly or understand. Grief, grief. Deep sorrow. Guarantee, guarantee. Promise or assurance of quality. Guilt, guilt. A feeling of responsibility for wrongdoing. Gullible, gullible. Easily deceived. Gust, gust. A strong, brief burst of wind. Guidance, guidance. Advice or direction. Habitat, habitat. Natural home of an organism. Hazard, hazard. A potential source of danger. Heritage, heritage. Valued traditions or property passed down. Hierarchy, hierarchy. A system of ranking people or groups. Hospitality, hospitality. Friendly reception of guests. Hurl, hurl. Throw forcefully. Hygiene, hygiene. Conditions for maintaining health. Hypothesis, hypothesis. A proposed explanation based on evidence. Hesitate, hesitate. Pause before taking action. Humble, humble. Having a modest view of one's importance. Eligible, eligible. Having the right to do or obtain something, satisfying the appropriate conditions. Illicit, illicit. To evoke or draw out a response, answer, or fact from someone in reaction to one's own actions or questions. Elusive, elusive. Difficult to find, catch, or achieve. Difficult to recall or pinpoint. Equitable, equitable. Fair and impartial. Erode, erode. To gradually wear away, soil, rock, or land. Exacerbate, exacerbate. To make a problem, bad situation, or negative feeling worse. Exemplify, exemplify. To be a typical example of, to illustrate or clarify by giving an example. Expedite, expedite. To make an action or process happen sooner or be accomplished more quickly. Explicit, explicit. Stated clearly and in detail, leaving no room for confusion or doubt. Fabricate, fabricate. To invent or concoct something, typically with deceitful intent. Feasible, feasible. Possible to do easily or conveniently. Fragile, fragile. Of an object, easily broken or damaged. Genuine, genuine. Truly what something is said to be, authentic. Homogeneous, homogeneous. Of the same kind, alike. Hostile, hostile. Unfriendly and aggressive. Impartial, impartial. Treating all rivals or disputants equally, unbiased. Implement, implement. To put a decision, plan, agreement, etc., into effect. Implicate, implicate. To show someone to be involved in a crime. Implicit, implicit. Implied though not plainly expressed. Inadvertent, inadvertent. Not resulting from or achieved through deliberate planning. Incite, incite. To encourage or stir up violent or unlawful behavior. Inclined, inclined. Having a tendency or propensity to do something. Indigenous, indigenous. Originating or occurring naturally in a particular place, native. Indispensable, indispensable. Absolutely necessary. Inevitable, inevitable. Certain to happen, unavoidable. Ingenious, ingenious. Of a person, clever, original, and inventive. Inherent, inherent. Existing in something as a permanent, essential, or characteristic attribute. Innate, innate. Inborn, natural. Insinuate, insinuate. To suggest or hint something bad or reprehensible in an indirect and unpleasant way. integral, integral. Necessary to make a whole complete, fundamental. Intermittent, intermittent. Occurring at irregular intervals, not continuous or steady. Intricate, intricate. Very complicated or detailed. Jeopardize, jeopardize. To put someone or something into a situation in which there is a danger of loss, harm, or failure. Lament, lament. To express passionate grief or sorrow. Latent, latent. Existing but not yet developed or manifest, hidden or concealed. Lavish, lavish. Sumptuously rich, elaborate, or luxurious. Of a person, very generous or extravagant. Lenient, lenient. More merciful or tolerant than expected. Linger, linger. To stay in a place longer than necessary because of a reluctance to leave. Lucid, lucid. Expressed clearly, easy to understand. Malicious, malicious. Intending or intended to do harm. Abstain, abstain. To choose not to do or have something. Accustom, accustom. To make someone or something familiar with something. Alias, alias. A false or assumed identity. Allege, allege. To state that someone has done something illegal or wrong without proof. amplify, amplify. To increase the volume or strength of sound, to make larger, greater, or stronger. Aptitude, aptitude. A natural ability to do something. Ascend, ascend. To go up or climb. Aspire, aspire. To direct one's hopes or ambitions towards achieving something. Authentic, authentic. Of undisputed origin, genuine. Avert, avert. To turn away one's eyes or thoughts, to prevent an undesirable occurrence from happening. Baffle, baffle. To totally bewilder or perplex. Commence, commence. To begin, to start. Compel, compel. To force or oblige someone to do something. Confiscate, confiscate. To take or seize someone's property with authority. Congenial, congenial. Pleasant or agreeable because suited to one's taste or inclination. Convene, convene. To come or bring together for a meeting or activity. Corroborate, corroborate. To confirm or give support to a statement, theory, or finding. Cynical, cynical. Believing that people are motivated by self-interest, distrustful of human sincerity or integrity. Damp, damp. Slightly wet. Dread, dread. To anticipate with great apprehension or fear. Duress, duress. Threats, violence, constraints, or other action used to coerce someone into doing something against their will or better judgment. Eccentric, eccentric. Unconventional and slightly strange. Effigy, effigy. A sculpture or model of a person. Elapse, elapse. Of time to pass or go by. Embroil, embroil. To involve someone deeply in an argument, conflict, or difficult situation. Endure, endure. To suffer something painful or difficult, patiently. To remain in existence, last. Engender, engender. To cause or give rise to a feeling, situation, or condition. Enigma, enigma. A person or thing that is mysterious, puzzling, or difficult to understand. Expound, expound. To present and explain a theory or idea in detail. Extol, extol. To praise enthusiastically. Fathom, fathom. To understand a difficult problem or an enigmatic person after much thought. Fervent, fervent. Having or displaying a passionate intensity. Fickle, fickle. Changing frequently, especially as regards one's loyalties, interests, or affection. Fictitious, fictitious. Not real or true, imagined or invented. Flourish, flourish. To grow or develop in a healthy or vigorous way, especially as the result of a particularly favorable environment. Fortuitous. Fortuitous. Happening by chance rather than intention. Accidental. Frugal. Frugal. Sparing or economical with regard to money or food. Garrulous. Garrulous. Excessively talkative, especially on trivial matters. Gregarious. Gregarious. Of a person, fond of company, sociable. Haphazard. Haphazard. Lacking any obvious principle of organization. Heresy. Heresy. Belief or opinion contrary to orthodox religious, especially Christian, doctrine. Ignominious. Ignominious. Deserving or causing public disgrace or shame. Illicit. Illicit. Forbidden by law, rules, or custom. Impeccable. Impeccable. In accordance with the highest standards of propriety, faultless. Imperative. Imperative. Of vital importance, crucial. Impromptu. Impromptu. Done without being planned, organized, or rehearsed. Incongruous. Incongruous. Not in harmony or keeping with the surroundings or other aspects of something. Indict. Indict. To formally accuse of or charge with a serious crime. Infamous. Infamous. Well known for some bad quality or deed. Innuendo. Innuendo. An elusive or oblique remark or hint, typically a suggestive or disparaging one. Insurgent, insurgent. A rebel or revolutionary. Irrevocable, irrevocable. Not able to be changed, reversed, or recovered. Final. Jovial, jovial. Cheerful and friendly. Lamentable, lamentable. Of circumstances or conditions, deplorably bad or unsatisfactory. Legible, legible. Clear enough to read. Lucrative, lucrative. Producing a great deal of profit. Magnanimous, magnanimous. Generous or forgiving, especially toward a rival or less powerful person. Malady, malady. A disease or ailment. Melancholy, melancholy. A feeling of pensive sadness, typically with no obvious cause. Notorious, notorious. Famous or well known for some bad quality or deed. Oblivious, oblivious. Not aware of or not concerned about what is happening around one. Onerous, onerous. Of a task, duty, or responsibility, involving an amount of effort and difficulty that is oppressively burdensome. Ostentatious, ostentatious. Characterized by vulgar or pretentious display, designed to impress or attract notice. Paramount, paramount. More important than anything else, supreme. Pecuniary, pecuniary. relating to or consisting of money. Perplex, perplex. To make someone feel completely baffled. Pertinent, pertinent. Relevant or applicable to a particular matter. Apposite. Plausible, plausible. Of an argument or statement, seeming reasonable or probable. Precarious, precarious. Not securely held or in position, dangerously likely to fall or collapse. Preclude, preclude. To prevent something from happening or make something impossible. Proliferate, proliferate. To increase rapidly in numbers, multiply. Propagate, propagate. To spread and promote an idea, theory, etc., widely. Prowess, prowess. Skill or expertise in a particular activity or field. Rampant, rampant. Especially of something unwelcome or unpleasant, flourishing or spreading unchecked. Recalcitrant, recalcitrant. Having an obstinately uncooperative attitude toward authority or discipline. Recompense, recompense. To make amends to someone for loss or harm suffered, compensate. Reiterate, reiterate. To say something again or a number of times, typically for emphasis or clarity. Replete, replete. Filled or well supplied with something. Rescind, rescind. To revoke, cancel, or repeal a law, order, or agreement. Reticent, reticent. not revealing one's thoughts or feelings readily. Provide, provide. To make available for use, supply. Pursue, pursue. To follow someone or something, in order to catch or attack them. To continue or proceed along a path or route. Qualify, qualify. To be entitled to a particular benefit or privilege by fulfilling a necessary condition. To make a statement or assertion less absolute. Add reservations to. Recall, recall. To bring a fact, event, or situation back into one's mind. Remember, to officially order the return of a product, car, etc., because of a fault or safety concern. Recognize, recognize. To identify someone or something from having encountered them before. Know again. Recommend, recommend. To suggest or praise someone or something as suitable for a particular purpose or role. Recover, recover. To return to a normal state of health, mind, or strength. Reduce, reduce. To make smaller or less in amount, degree, or size. Reflect, reflect. To throw back light, heat, or sound without absorbing it. To think deeply or carefully about. Refute, refute. To prove a statement or theory to be wrong or false. Regulate, regulate. To control or maintain the rate or speed of a machine or process so that it operates properly. Reinforce, reinforce. To strengthen or support an object or substance, especially with additional material. Reject, reject. To dismiss as inadequate, inappropriate, or not to one's taste. Release. Release. To allow or enable to escape from confinement, to make available to the public. Relevant. Relevant. Closely connected or appropriate to what is being done or considered. Rely. Rely. To depend on with full trust or confidence. Remain. Remain. To continue to be in a particular place, state, or condition. Represent. Represent. To stand for or in place of, to be a symbol or embodiment of. Require. Require. To need something for a particular purpose. Resolve. Resolve. To settle or find a solution to a problem, dispute, or contentious matter. Respond. Respond. To say something in reply. Restrict. Restrict. To put a limit on, keep under control. Retain. Retain. To continue to have something, keep possession of. Reveal. Reveal. To make previously unknown or secret information known to others. Revise. Revise. To re-examine and make alterations to written or printed matter. Revoke. Revoke. To put an end to the validity or operation of a law, order, or agreement. Satisfy. Satisfy. To meet the expectations, needs, or desires of someone. Seek. Seek. To attempt to find something. Select, select. To carefully choose as being the best or most suitable. Sequence, sequence. A particular order in which related things follow each other. Serve, serve. To perform duties or services for another person or an organization. Specify, specify. To state a fact or requirement clearly and precisely. Speculate, speculate. To form a theory or conjecture about a subject without firm evidence. State, state. To express something definitely or clearly in speech or writing. The particular condition that someone or something is in at a specific time. Stimulate, stimulate. To encourage interest or activity in a person or thing. Strive, strive. To make great efforts to achieve or obtain something. Submit, submit. To present a proposal, application, or other document for consideration or judgment. Subscribe, subscribe. To arrange to receive something, typically a publication, regularly by paying in advance. Substitute, substitute. To replace someone or something with another. Suggest, suggest. To put forward an idea or plan for consideration. Idle, idle. Lazy or not active. Adverse, adverse. Preventing success or development, unfavorable. Agile, agile. Able to move quickly and easily. Amateur, amateur. A person who engages in a pursuit, especially a sport, on an unpaid rather than a professional basis. Ambiguous, ambiguous. Open to more than one interpretation, having a double meaning. Arbitrary, arbitrary. Based on random choice or personal whim, rather than any reason or system. Ascertain, ascertain. To find something out for certain, make sure of. Benevolent, benevolent. Well-meaning and kindly. Brittle, brittle. Hard but liable to break or shatter easily. Cautious, cautious. Of a person, careful to avoid potential problems or dangers. Coerce, coerce. To persuade an unwilling person to do something by using force or threats. Competent, competent. Having the necessary ability, knowledge, or skill to do something successfully. Comprehensive, comprehensive. Including or dealing with all or nearly all elements or aspects of something. Concise, concise. Giving a lot of information clearly and in a few words, brief but comprehensive. Concur, concur. To agree, to happen at the same time. Conjecture, conjecture. An opinion or conclusion formed on the basis of incomplete information. Conscience, conscience. An inner feeling or voice viewed as acting as a guide to the rightness or wrongness of one's behavior. Consecutive, consecutive. following continuously in unbroken or logical sequence. Contemplate, contemplate. To look thoughtfully for a long time at, to think profoundly and at length. Conventional, conventional. Based on or in accordance with what is generally done or believed. Correlate, correlate. To have a mutual relationship or connection, in which one thing affects or depends on another. Credulous, credulous. Having or showing too great a readiness to believe things. Criteria, criteria. A principle or standard by which something may be judged or decided. Crucial, crucial. Of great importance in the success or failure of something. Culprit, culprit. A person who is responsible for a crime or other misdeed. Decent, decent. Conforming to accepted standards of morality or respectability. Deduce, deduce. To arrive at a fact or a conclusion, by reasoning, draw as a logical consequence. Deficient, deficient. Not having enough of a specified quality or ingredient. Deliberate, deliberate. Done consciously and intentionally, characterized by careful consideration. Denounce, denounce. To publicly declare to be wrong or evil. Detrimental, detrimental. Tending to cause harm. Devastate, devastate. To destroy or ruin something. Dilemma, dilemma. A situation in which a difficult choice has to be made between two or more alternatives, especially equally undesirable ones. Discrepancy, discrepancy. A lack of compatibility or similarity between two or more facts. Discrete, discrete. Careful and prudent in one's speech or actions, especially in order to keep something confidential or to avoid embarrassment. Disparate, disparate. Essentially different in kind, not allowing comparison. Distinguish, distinguish. To recognize or treat someone or something as different. Doctrine, doctrine. A belief or set of beliefs held and taught by a church, political party, or other group. Dominant, dominant. Most important, powerful, or influential. Dubious, dubious. Hesitating or doubting, not to be relied upon. Illusion, illusion. A false perception of reality. Immense, immense. Extremely large. Imminent, imminent. About to happen. Immune, immune. Resistant to something. Impart, impart. Make information known. Implement, implement. Put into effect. Incentive, incentive. Something that motivates action. Indifferent, indifferent. Not interested or concerned. Infer, infer, deduce or conclude from evidence, jeopardy, jeopardy, exposure to danger or harm, juvenile, juvenile, relating to young people, justify, justify, show to be right or reasonable, junction, junction, a point where two things meet, jolly, jolly, happy and cheerful, jolt, jolt, a sudden shake or shock, jury, jury, a group sworn to give a verdict, jovial, jovial, cheerful and friendly, jigsaw, jigsaw, a puzzle of interlocking pieces, justice, justice, fair treatment and lawfulness, keen, keen, eager or enthusiastic, kindle, kindle, ignite or arouse emotion, knack, knack, a natural skill, kneel, kneel, rest on one's knees, knit, knit, make fabric by interlacing yarn, knowledge, knowledge, information and understanding. Kidnap, kidnap. Take someone by force illegally. Kingdom, kingdom. A country ruled by a king or queen. Kinship, kinship. Family relationship. Kindred, kindred. Similar in kind or related. Landmark, landmark. An easily recognizable feature or event. Latitude, latitude. Distance north or south of the equator. Ladder, ladder. The second of two mentioned things. Lavish, lavish. Sumptuously rich or generous. Liability, liability. State of being responsible. Linger, linger. Stay in a place longer than necessary. Literacy, literacy. Ability to read and write. Logical, logical. Consistent and reasonable. Loyal, loyal. Faithful to a person or cause. Lucrative, lucrative. Producing profit. Magnitude, magnitude. Great size or extent. Manifest, manifest. Display or show clearly. Manipulate, manipulate. Handle or control for advantage. Maternal, maternal. Relating to motherhood. Mature, mature. Fully developed physically or mentally. Mediocre, mediocre. Of only average quality. Mercy, mercy. Compassion or forgiveness. Migrate, migrate. Move from one place to another. Miserable, miserable. Extremely unhappy. Mutual, mutual. Felt or done by both parties. Negotiate, negotiate. Try to reach an agreement. Neglect, neglect. Fail to care properly. Neutral, neutral. Not taking sides. Notable, notable. Worthy of attention. Nuisance, nuisance. Something causing inconvenience. Nourish, nourish. Provide with food for growth. Nominate, nominate. Propose as a candidate. Notorious, notorious. Famous for something bad. Novelty, novelty. Originality or newness. Nurture, nurture. care for and encourage growth. Obedient, obedient. Willing to obey. Obscure, obscure. Not clearly expressed. Obsession, obsession. Persistent preoccupation. Obstacle, obstacle. Something blocking progress. Offspring, offspring. A person's child or animal's young. Omit, omit. Leave out or exclude. Ongoing, ongoing. Continuing without interruption. Oppress, oppress. Keep down by unjust use of power. Outbreak, outbreak. Sudden occurrence of something. Outlook, outlook. General attitude or future view. Paradox, paradox. A contradictory statement that may be true. Partial, partial. Only part, not complete. Pasture, pasture. Grassland for grazing animals. Peculiar, peculiar. Strange or unusual. Perceive, perceive. Become aware of through senses. Perish, perish. Suffer death or ruin. Persist, persist. Continue firmly despite obstacles. Pledge, pledge. Make a serious promise. Plunge, plunge. Fall suddenly and steeply. Portray, portray. Describe or depict in art or words. Quaint, quaint. Attractively unusual in style. Qualify, qualify. Meet the requirements. Quarrel, quarrel. Have a heated argument. Quest, quest. A long search for something. Quota, quota. A set portion assigned. Quote, quote. Repeat words from another source. Quiver, quiver. Slight, rapid shaking. Quench, quench. Satisfy thirst or extinguish. Query, query. A question expressing doubt. Radiant, radiant. Shining or glowing brightly. Rash, rash. Acting hastily without thought. Reckless, reckless. Without regard for danger. Reconcile, reconcile. Restore peace between parties. Redundant, redundant. no longer needed. Refuge, refuge. Shelter from danger. Regime, regime. A system of government. Reinforce, reinforce. Strengthen or support. Reluctant, reluctant. Unwilling or hesitant. Renowned, renowned. Well known and admired. Sacred, sacred. Regarded with reverence. Scarce, scarce. In short supply. Scheme, scheme. A systematic plan or arrangement. Scrutiny, scrutiny. Close observation or examination. Secular, secular. Not religious or spiritual. Seize, seize. Take hold suddenly and forcibly. Serene, serene. Calm, peaceful, untroubled. Shabby, shabby. In poor condition due to age or use. Shatter, shatter. Break suddenly into pieces. Shrink, shrink. Become smaller or contract. Tentative, tentative. Not fully fixed or certain. Thrive, thrive. grow or develop successfully. Timid, timid. Lacking courage or confidence. Toil, toil. Work hard and laboriously. Tolerate, tolerate. Allow existence or practice. Trait, trait. A distinguishing characteristic. Tranquil, tranquil. Calm, free from disturbance. Tremble, tremble. Shake involuntarily. Trigger, trigger. Cause an event to happen suddenly. Turmoil, turmoil. A state of great disturbance. Abide, abide. To accept or act in accordance with. Abruptness, abruptness. Suddenness or unexpectedness. Acclaim, acclaim. To praise enthusiastically and publicly. Accountable, accountable. Responsible for actions or decisions. Accuracy, accuracy. The quality of being correct and precise. Addict, addict. A person who is dependent on a substance or activity. Adequate, adequate. Sufficient or acceptable in quality or quantity. Adjacent, adjacent. Next to or adjoining something else. adjust, adjust. To alter or move slightly for a proper fit. Administer, administer. To manage or be responsible for running something. Adolescence, adolescence. The period of development between childhood and adulthood. Adore, adore. To love deeply and respect highly. Affection, affection. A gentle feeling of love or fondness. Agenda, agenda. A list of items for discussion at a meeting. Aid, aid. Help or assistance given. Alien, alien. A foreigner or a being from another planet. Allocate, allocate. To distribute resources for a purpose. Allude, allude. To suggest or call attention to indirectly. Altercation, altercation. A noisy argument or disagreement. Altitude, altitude. The height of an object in relation to sea level. Ambiguousness, ambiguousness. The quality of being open to more than one interpretation. Amiable, amiable. Friendly and pleasant in manner. Ample, ample. Enough or more than enough, plentiful. Analogy, analogy. A comparison between two things for explanation. Anchor, anchor. A heavy device dropped to keep a vessel in place. Animate, animate. To bring to life or make lively. Annoy, annoy. To irritate or bother persistently. Anonymous, anonymous. Not identified by name. Apparel, apparel. Clothing or garments. Apprentice, apprentice. A person learning a trade from a skilled worker. Arbitrary, arbitrary. Based on random choice or personal whim. Arouse, arouse. To evoke or awaken a feeling or response. Articulate, articulate. Able to express thoughts clearly and effectively. Ascendancy, ascendancy. A position of dominance or controlling influence. Assemble, assemble. To bring people or parts together. Asset, asset. A useful or valuable quality or item. Astonish, astonish. To surprise greatly or amaze. Asylum, asylum. Protection given to refugees or mental patients. Attain, attain. To achieve or reach a goal. Audible, audible. able to be heard. Authentic, authentic. Genuine, not false or copied. Autonomy, autonomy. Self-government or independence. Auxiliary, auxiliary. Providing additional help or support. Awkward, awkward. Uncomfortable or clumsy in manner. Bachelor, bachelor. An unmarried man or a degree holder. Bacteria, bacteria. Microscopic organisms, some of which cause disease. Badge, badge. A small emblem worn to show rank or membership. Baffle, baffle. To confuse or puzzle. Bald, bald. Having little or no hair on the scalp. Barren, barren. Too poor to produce much vegetation. Bashful, bashful. Shy or easily embarrassed. Behalf, behalf. In the interest of, as a representative. Beloved, beloved. Dearly loved. Benevolence, benevolence. The quality of being kind and charitable. Betray, betray. To be disloyal or reveal a secret. Bewildered, bewildered. Confused and uncertain. Biography, biography. An account of someone's life. Bizarre, bizarre. Very strange or unusual. Briskness, briskness. Quickness, activity, or energy. Brochure, brochure. A small booklet with information. Brutal, brutal. Savagely violent or harsh. Budding, budding. Beginning to develop or show promise. Bulk, bulk. The largest or major part of something. Bully, bully. A person who intimidates weaker people. Burst, burst. To break suddenly from pressure. Cabinet, cabinet. A government body or a storage cupboard. Candidate, candidate. A person who applies for a position or is nominated. Capable, capable. Having the ability or qualities to do something. Captive, captive. A person or animal kept in confinement. Cargo, cargo. Goods carried on a ship, plane, or vehicle. Carve, carve. To cut into a surface or shape material. Ceasefire, ceasefire. A temporary suspension of fighting. Celebrity, celebrity. A famous person. census, census. An official count of a population. Certify, certify. To confirm formally as true or correct. Cherish, cherish. To hold dear, to care for deeply. Chronic, chronic. Lasting for a long time or recurring often. Circulate, circulate. To move continuously within a system. Cite, cite. To quote as evidence. Civic, civic. Relating to a city or citizens. Clan, clan. A close-knit group of families or people. Clarity, clarity. The quality of being clear. Classify, classify. To arrange into categories. Client, client. A person using professional services. Coalition, coalition. An alliance for combined action. Coherent, coherent. Logical and consistent. Coincide, coincide. To occur at the same time. Collide, collide. To come into violent contact. Colonial, colonial. Relating to a colony. Combat, combat. Fighting between armed forces. Commence. Commence. To begin or start. Commodity. Commodity. A raw material or primary goods for trade. Commute. Commute. To travel regularly between home and work. Compact. Compact. Closely packed together. Compassion. Compassion. Sympathetic concern for others. Compatible. Compatible. Able to exist together without conflict. Competence. Competence. Skill or ability to do something successfully. Compile. Compile. To gather information into a single work. Complement. Complement. Something that completes or goes well with. Compliance. Compliance. The act of following rules or orders. Compose. Compose. To make up or form by combining parts. Compound. Compound. A substance formed from two or more elements. Comprehension. Comprehension. The ability to understand. Concede. Concede. To admit something as true or valid. Concise. Concise. Giving information clearly in few words. Confidential. Confidential. Intended to be kept secret. conformist, conformist. A person who follows accepted behavior. Confound, confound. To cause surprise or confusion. Conquer, conquer. To overcome or take control by force. Conscience, conscience. A person's sense of right and wrong. Consecutive, consecutive. Following continuously. Conservation, conservation. Protection of natural environment or resources. Considerate, considerate. Showing careful thought of others. Consistent, consistent. Acting in the same way over time. Console, console. To comfort someone who is upset. Conspicuous, conspicuous. Clearly visible or attracting attention. Constant, constant. Occurring continuously without pause. Constraint, constraint. A limitation or restriction. Contaminate, contaminate. To make impure by adding something harmful. Contemplate, contemplate. To think deeply about something. Contend, contend. To struggle to overcome or assert firmly. Contradiction, contradiction. A statement opposed to another. Contrary, contrary. opposite in nature or meaning. Controversial, controversial. Giving rise to public disagreement. Convene, convene. To call people together for a meeting. Convict, convict. A person found guilty of a crime. Cooperation, cooperation. The process of working together. Cordial, cordial. Warm and friendly. Corporate, corporate. Relating to a large company. Corpse, corpse. A dead body. Correlation, correlation. A mutual relationship between two things. Correspondent, correspondent. A reporter for a specific area or subject. Corrupt, corrupt. Dishonest or immoral. Costume, costume. Clothes worn for a particular role or occasion. Counterpart, counterpart. A person or thing equivalent to another. Courtesy, courtesy. Polite behavior, respect for others. Crater, crater. A large hollow caused by explosion or impact. Crave, crave. To desire something greatly. Credibility, credibility. The quality of being believable. Crew, crew. A group of people who work together on a ship or aircraft. Crisis. Crisis. A time of intense difficulty or danger. Crude. Crude. In a raw or unrefined state. Cultivate. Cultivate. To prepare land for crops or improve skills. Cure. Cure. To relieve a person of disease or condition. Custody. Custody. The protective care of someone. Customary. Customary. According to usual practices. Cylinder. Cylinder. A solid geometric figure with straight parallel sides. Dazzle. Dazzle. To impress deeply, overpower with brightness. Decay. Decay. To rot or decompose through natural causes. Deceive. Deceive. To cause someone to believe something false. Decent. Decent. Conforming to acceptable standards. Decisive. Decisive. Settling an issue, producing a definite result. Dedicate. Dedicate. To devote oneself or resources to. Defect. Defect. A flaw or imperfection. Defender. Defender. Someone who defends or protects. Deficiency. Deficiency. A lack or shortage of something. Definite, definite. Certain or clearly defined. Delightful, delightful. Giving great pleasure or joy. Delinquent, delinquent. A young offender, failing duties. Dense, dense. Closely compacted, thick. Depict, depict. To represent in words or drawings. Deplete, deplete. To use up resources.